Okay, so I've jumped on. I've got a new livery for the G70, calibration in effect. So I've jumped in the G, given it a new livery to do another attempt. We did 3 cars, was it 3 cars? Definitely did better in the GTR than the Slug. What was it? Oh no, the Dodge was alright. So we did the Dodge. I just put them in order. So I was looking at other cars, and then the Slug, and it was not good on the curbs. So stability, GTR set me a time of 46, and then I tried to better it in the Dodge, which I started in, and got a 47, which I think I could probably improve because I'd just done 5 or more laps in the GTR. So I was sort of straight out of the racing in the GTR after 2 attempts, and she's run out of time. I thought I'd get on early today to do more attempts because my DR took a knock. I think out of 4 attempts I only did 1 where I even held position. So without further chit chat, I'll take a few seriously, because I thought at the end of that it was a pretty negative round. I'll set a time, and set the time of 46. Yeah, I think that was my better time. Make sure this has got all the tyres, because it could be wet, and the A+ races were wet. I didn't get 1 out of 4 attempts that were wet. So dynamic weather been holding out on us. And in the G, it seems to be a 1-horse race mostly. The GTR was good, but even pole position in my race was a 39, and this is like top 100, not below 36, so sub 35. I'm 46 at the moment, so it's not great. There's that. And had a few people since yesterday. I was in second position here, so everyone's jumped on it after a good couple of Mondays sort of circulated around. I thought the Hurricane would be a good backup, so I didn't get around to it, and was thinking 4-wheel drive, but the G seems to be the wagon. And what do you have? Yeah, he had 35 yesterday, so was it a 42? No, yeah, he had a 42 yesterday, so he's in the sub 36. Fucking that's alright, Chester. Holy shit. And I said in the GTR at a 46, it was really a 1 attempt, a 1 lap attempt. I don't want to try and be any more humble than it is, but I doubt I'll even do that well in the G70, because it'll be a first hit up ever. I know I've driven it in other specs in sport mode, because it's been a OP car, meta. But at the moment, I'll switch off the mic because I might have somebody walk through. So that went the way we thought we'd go. It's got good manoeuvrability, got good slip into that final kink, and sort of went well, but here we go. Honestly, the GTR was more fun. This is almost like got that slow, almost like the brakes are on downforces on or something too strong. But shit, I lost places. Or I started in 8th. I don't know where I started now. But yeah, it seems to have it. I think that there's a variable, and the Cayman now looks pretty good. I got a DR but no SR. Why did I lose SR? That sucks. Good racing from him. And this fella, Inaru, I think he's already gone. Inaru left the room straight away. Good racing from him. So yeah, the Cayman works. That's alright. Shame about Wessel. Yeah, I went around the outside on him. He was a bit slow and I had the pressure right up my arse, so I thought, alright. I'm gonna have to go around this, and there was room there for me to get there, so I was there. So I think he had to oversteer so he didn't hit me, and then he oversteered into the wall. So I guess, yeah. That's right, I couldn't remember what happened. Oh, he's just left. Oh, that's an introduction to today. I'll try and get a better time in while I've got a few minutes. No, actually. It'll just be... yeah, just be a bit of a run-in. I'll do this, a few laps in this. But, yeah, getting SR is... getting DR is what I don't think... I can think I can afford SR, because it doesn't happen very often, but at least I got DR. Which is an object today because I failed yesterday, so I want to just get this OP car, or rather meta car, work, and I think I did alright. So that split was a 315, and I only got a 316 in my GTR that did a 46, so I'm already a second up for that sector, group of sectors. I'll just do that again to try and get a better GP section for the race, which is more important just because you're all dialed in to have closer racing when it's a bit more autonomous, and this car is straight off the bat different. So yeah, that sector was the same, 1 minute flat, 0.3. Is what it is. I didn't Didn't do that efficiently. I've got to jump straight on the radar because hopefully we'll get somewhere. I just don't want to have slicks. And it's freaking very moist. Anyway.
Seems to be all going to plan. I suppose he's a bit in the way. We lost. Oh yeah, when this guy got past Wessel, he took him out. I slipped through. That was a good hold. I think that NSX, I think the MRs in general have got an advantage. That Cayman looked good, NSX looks good. The four-wheel drives have got a bit of an advantage. I just can't see how that G, with all of its downforce, like you can hold flat in places. So it's a bit better, but I don't know. There's a bit of pace and left to right activity going on with BOP MRs. Not worth overlooking. There's a couple of Caymans there actually. And the NSX, which I'm sure is an MR. I'll double check, but the G's 1, 2, 3, you can't beat it, eh? Ozzy Young come back, and Wessel sort of didn't come back. It's a shame. I was helping him out, I must admit, but I didn't expect him to do that bad. I think he got sideways out of that shove left, and I was like, I was just going to follow him in when I saw there's something out of shape, and I picked the Heinz burger over him, coming up to the triple right-hander just before the flip-flop. That's right. So that right-hander with not very good camber, and I saw V-Man get a bump there. He didn't fare as bad as Wessel. I think Wessel got sideways, so that was a bit of a win. So I've got DR in 2 in a row now. Get in 4 positions, have a sandwich. Actually, try not to get sandwiched. That's one thing that I did do right yesterday. I did very well out of not getting sandwiched, but it's a bit of an effort. Awesome race. God, who was it? Greg's. Yeah. Quick to bail. Everyone needs the practice, or you haven't got time to do a hot lap, so I don't see the urgency, not to hang out and say this is a bit of camaraderie. You can hang back on people, like there's just no point in. Sure, you can have too much pressure sitting behind them, but if you help them out and you stick to the outside coming up to corners, then you give them an idea. Unless you did some asshole sweep to the inside at the last minute dive bomb, it's like should be a bit safer in waiting for the next straightaway. And if you can time them right, it's pretty much just an easy pass. I've done 2 now, one on the belly straightaway, and another one on the Dottinger. But I think on the Dottinger, yeah, I started. You can do better from behind than in front, and I was behind 2 other cars, and I tried to back off as I got passed by both of them. Tried to back off and jump in the slip, so I was at the back again and maybe get one of them back, but you got to start at the back and then finish at the back type of thing. Start at the back and then get a double slipstream type of thing. But even then, you're lucky to get one if it's if the front is giving the second car slip and they're pulling in on him, and you're the third car, you really only just got enough time to pull in the second car and not the front car. So it is a bit of a waiting game for debatably next to nothing, but I could see there was a bit of not brake checking, but pause to think, let's say, by the Beans car coming up to the Dottinger, I think on the first time. Oh, and then I got belted right here. That was a bit of a whack. I don't know what he was thinking. Just must have missed it altogether. There was no pressure. He had 2 cars well and truly in front of him. The pass wasn't on me. He must have just missed the braking zone altogether. Try to keep it tidy. Tidy's not quick, but you've then got the ability to deal with the non-racing line, as with wet. So if you're not on the racing line, oftentimes you'll do better. And they have done that similisation. What is it? Real like. So we're there. We've got a wet race, V-Man. You're in front. You've improved. Stood back and got a time in. Well done. I should do that. That rules out the GTR. So I pushed the GTR and then I pushed the Dodge, and they were 45, 46 at best. I reckon Sinters, I could be wrong. Looked like at least the first lap. I didn't wait long enough to see how the second lap was going to go, but I could be. What the fuck is this? Doesn't even look wet. Oh well. That's shocking. If it's not moving, I'm going to struggle. The Inters are at least, I think it was Group 3, a measurement, might be road cars, at least 5 seconds slower per lap, even when you're absolutely on it. So, who knows how this is going to work out. Just watch that water meter. Made a bad call so far. NSX looks good. I thought it was going to start wet. It's not even wet. There's Means Beans Hines. There's V-Man, he's on the outside. Sorry, I've got someone there. And now I've got someone else there. Gets in. Oh, he's been covered off. Well done, what a block. Looks like there's freaking inters all around. What a block, V-Man. Done me a solid. It's coming across, but I think it's just clouds at the moment. Even blue. It's water. Go on, that was a bit rude. What do we got there? Not to try and overestimate this grip level. Oh, Beans means he's off. Come on, mate, come on. You're in. That's going to hurt me. Oh, he's got him back. Was he redressing and he's freaking thumped him? I've got the inside, mate. Don't do it. You're going to hurt. That's going to hurt. Uh-oh. It hurt. Don't do it. Come on. Get your shit together. Not exactly Rory. Why would they do that? That was the complete opposite to what I thought. Oh, that's why. Take him out, take yourself out, don't worry about it. That was avoid peril. Again, the NSX looks good. You fucking cunt. That's a shocking punt. I was looking at the weather meter, I went a bit wide, coming into that corner. How can you just run into someone? You bet she has full throttle when I look at the replay. You just run in. Undrivable. Don't normally quit, but might leave me enough time to do a lap. 850, fuck, that's just not enough. Should have quit earlier. 49, 39, 38. Jesus, takes all day. Ah, there it goes. Where are we at? 39, 40. Yeah. Even if I cross the line right now, I've still got all of these seconds to make up. It's not going to happen. I might get to about here with the time already run out at the chicane there. Bottom of the hill maybe. That was just a bad strat. I thought, oh, if I've got to change anyway, I should have been on slicks to start with. But if I've got to change tyre, because those inters were done, takes the time to change the tyre, get the pit crew working, may as well throw the coin in the freaking hat. But yeah, that was deceiving. It should have been wet to start with. And yeah, I was expecting it to be maybe dry, but forthcoming in the next bit. It wasn't that deceiving for the A+ drivers that I saw online. It was either hard, wet. Either way, it was definitely one or the other. If you didn't read the weather meter, sure. That was like hosing at the end there, and it was only just on the dark blue. So any dark blue at all is Inter's bare minimum, and any of that light blue either will be light blue or not light blue. It's hards. That's what I sort of wanted to find out a bit about midweek. I opened a private lobby probably 3 streams ago, but I'll do some wet, Nord, light, drizzle, and the settings were start the pace, start the race light, and then number 1 weather, and then halfway through the race or randomly go to number 2. Rain, drizzle, whatever it is. I just can't believe how coincidental that is, that I rarely ever set up private lobbies, and in this case I did set up a private lobby for wet Nord. It turns out to be a random wet fucking daily. So I'm in the know. Basically got Kaz in my back pocket, really. This isn't particularly good lap so far anyway. We'll see where we are. 3:16 or 3:15 is only just as average as I've got. Already on the board in the 40s. 17. So I'm already 2 seconds down on any improvement, and I haven't got time to finish the lap, so the pressure is lifted. Should I do this car again? Or do a Cayman, NSX Cayman or GTR? I think they're my 3 best options, or even the Hurricane. I didn't think about the Hurricane. That was actually my second choice yesterday before the first race. The NSX looks strong. I was surprised the Cayman down the Donninger. That was just a straight up challenge for slip. It was quick. How it goes, seems to have extra downforce. but slicks in the wet when it's up to the second line. It's just random. It's probably just the sim side of Kaz saying, do not ever, road or circuit, beyond slicks, or even Cup 2R semi-slicks, which is for the average Joe to buy off the shelf, Cup 2Rs in the wet. You will not get the temperature into them, you will die. It is a bit educational to the racing side of things, because not like a very few percent of us have even the experience of any racing competitively. I mean, sure, there's race you off the traffic lights or line lock to the next set of traffic lights with your mates, but vehicles to this caliber, I mean, freaking hell, talk about a class. Freaking bullet. Lucky Super GT, eh? That is a freaking gift. Actually, yesterday that the Beamer, the Group 4 Beamer, looked pretty good. It is quick through there. I must say that second gear is, I revved it out, but it's good for that carousel. GTO is shocking. You've just sort of got to hover at the very top of it or you're too slow. And even then you're in and out of it too quick to make use of it or drive it in any way. You've just got to level off the revs and hope you can hang on to it. Don't get too low, don't get too high. As soon as you floor it, you've got to change. It's instantaneous. How's this guy here in this last race? He's freaking ploughed into me here, sent me off to the left, so I just, what are you fucking doing on the outside? How is that going to make it any advantage to someone you've just clouded to be on the outside there? You're sitting duck. I didn't even have to move, I just held me line and fucking drove straight into him, I must admit. That was a fair dinkum punt off the track. Coming up to that crest, I mean, seriously. Not even a place to put pressure on someone. You're going to be, I mean, sure you can come into that YouTube corner with potential to pass, but you're a sitting duck. You want to have minded your P's and Q's before you try that. Yeah. So a lot of people are just having a freaking toe-to-toe because somebody's done them wrong. Like I just got wronged, and you think, well, it's not going to sort anything else out, but at least you got your own back, as the Shadow Realm provides. That's got to be third, surely. "30 seconds to go, and I need at least 50. Probably from here. 30 seconds short. 30 seconds short of a picnic. You're doing the same car. Go straight for the bomb. As soon as we get in the lobby, straight for the bomb. Bomb radar. I've got potato in front of me. And what the fuck is this? Blue, blue, blue. Minus 30. So now we're in the race. And it just skims past that blue. Right in the middle. Is it at the end of the first or at the start of the second? Either way, I think that's Hards. 30 minutes, so we're 15 minutes, 2 laps. It's right where the CU is. So that's still pre-race,
wet track, start in the wet, and then dry. So, is that blue enough to... I didn't choose it. Alright, hard as it is. It should be just at the start, but it'll be the whole track. That's a very high, it's a very high radar. And that whole Nürburgring was in the blue. So some of it will be heavy blue, some of it will be lighter, but blue is blue. That should be rain, and it's not. Right at the 15 minutes mark, and this is a 2-lap race, 9 minutes. So anything around the C and the U current time, right in the middle there, it's pre 15-20 minutes. That's not right. That should be blue. We've already gone past it. Oh well, I made the right decision. 7th, let's see how we go. And McGree Goat, he's just ploughed into me. That'll be an interesting replay. He must have seen I was a bit wide, I was down the left, I was going to hold the inside, and somehow, he's got me at the apex. That's fucking on. Oh, the old French fries. Mr. Potato Head. He's going for it. I'm up the middle. And he's deep. Bender. Oh, what's your ass for that? You guitarist. Mr. Potato Head. Oh, kicking off there. He's keen to get on the Nord. That's slow, buddy. Right in my way. I'll punt this guy on so he's out of the way. Well done. Respect. He knows he made the mistake coming down that straight. Just before the straight, it was on. He made the mistake. He's lost the position. Fair dinkum, people should concede. Mr. Potato Head's fucking cruising. Cruising for a bruising. What was that dust up? 2 cars in front. I lifted. Security is. There's no wet. Why is it wipers? It's not even a skerrick on the water meter. What was that? Fuck off and then plows into me a second time. Oh. Well, your brakes, am I? What the fuck was that? Agile, but not fucking that good. Jesus. I didn't do anything slow there. He must have used me. Fucking dirty. Respect Korienko was the guy exiting, entering the Nord. Give him your respect. This other guy. It's the fender. Maybe it's the fender came in. Yep.
No love lost there. He's out of shape. Get him. He moved. Tried to cover me off at the last minute. I went. Didn't mean I had to fucking take him. Though it looked. He slammed to the left so hard he went off the fucking road. I just pulled back. He wanted to hit me that bad. He's battling with that fender guy. He might be vindictive enough to try and shadow me. Stay there, stay there. You're right. Fuck. This will be interesting. I didn't check the... Oh well, I don't think it was going to get worse. Be an interesting exit. I hope I don't get a penalty, because it's not a penalty line, that exit line, is it? Pit exit? Oh well, I shouldn't have pushed. All of a sudden realised, you're going to have to pit. Why did you try and exit quicker? We should be ghosted though, should be right. I'm pulling away. He's got me. Oh, we lost the Cayman. I was just thinking he'll do better at us three if we get to the straightaway and he's at the back. But now I'm going to be at the back if I can catch these two. And he's come off in the middle of the freaking carousel. It's Potato Head up there. I've raced him before, unless it's just the same lot. Livery. Fuck. He's let him get away, unfortunately. Might just get the one position I was thinking I was going to get to, but oh, he's gone wide. I don't think he's going to catch him. Sort me out. It's all over the shop, really. So it looks like a G63 from the back, these cars, eh? And not a G63. Oh, is that what it is? Fucking hell. I'll just get this one. Bit of a battle. Okay, Sarah. Thought he'd do better. Oh no. Here's that fender guy. How'd that? I've got to watch this replay. Jeez. Might do a replay and a time set to give him a knee rest, but that's 3 in a row, 4 in a row. I don't know, Potato Head did alright. Had a good little dance at the start of the lap and then made a monkey out of him a couple of times, I think. A couple of Caymans. They're quick though. He caught me twice. Then he went off at the carousel. That's who it was. He was doing good. Kenna Soto or something. Check out if he's still there. Yeah, did. Kenna Roto. Oh, he's left. There's a gumpet that I ran off. Oh, A and A. So I did lose S. A chunk. He punted me at the crest coming into the YouTube corner. You got the left and then the right down into YouTube corner. So at the left, I'm like, I've got the inside. You're not even at pace. You just sort of punted me and then got parallel. If he was at pace and increasing his lead and he went wide and then he was still going faster, I might have had to concede because I had the inside for that one and then the outside for the next one, which is YouTube corner, go wide, everyone sees, la la la. But he didn't, he was sort of only just as quick because he caught up because he punted me. I don't know if it was this race. Might have been on the first lap of this race. I should have 4 replays there. Whinge over, rant. Freaking twit. I'm just like, oh yeah, what are you going to do Yeah, looking to the right, etc. I don't think you can see where I'm looking at the moment when I'm on these menus. Did I save every replay? That is the question. Bit of deliberations in there. Got to check bomb, got to check the... So 1420, 1450, and then not 1520. I missed one. Fuck. Got to make room. I've looked at that. That was just a bit of a perv. Tsukuba. Daily races. Second. I've been keeping seconds, but I just got rid of seconds, so I'll get rid of an old second. But I think that's when we first got that car. It's a Gina Road Track daily race. That's a second. That one's a first. I might just hold firsts. So I got rid of 4 seconds yesterday and make room. That one's a time trial, 2 megabytes. So these time trials must be only 2 megabytes, yeah. That's not much. I can keep time trials if they're 1 lap. Sometimes I keep like a 3 lap succession save. I'm not keeping that. 11th place at Fuji. What would a Ferrari at Fuji? Anyway, I'll check out that race because I don't know if it was the one before this. I must have missed the 1520, 1550, 1520. So 1420, 1415, 1520, 1550. But I think this was pretty clean. It was just a bit of a dance, bit of an exposition. It was the one before. Yeah, I quit out of it. Of course I didn't keep it. And he's punted me. Oh, fucking, I got 2 punts, I think, in that one. Didn't want to see it anyway, fucking. It is what it is. It is where it happened. There's Potato Head. He did quite well. Bit of pace. That's a G as well, eh? There's this dude. Fucking hell. I think he got me coming up to the foxhole. Somebody got me coming up the foxhole. Was that this race? Just going for the switcheroo there. Lucky I didn't get collected. Let's see it from this guy's view. They held it quite well so that I'll concede here, do the switcheroo again, see what they do. And they did it. And there's this guy. Actually thought he had me here because I short shifted. I think I went to the inside. No, that might have been the last race. All coming out of the pits this race, yeah, second stint this race. Oh no, I'd like to try another car. Maybe the Beamer, maybe the Hurricane. But there's the NSX and the Cayman MR, which are quite good competitively. It's all about the choice of cars sometimes. What's he going to do here? I think I'll back off early. Get up the inside. Yep. Now he's going to try and take advantage. Probably takes this guy out. Oh no, he's caught my wing. He caught my back guard just. He did well. Actually, I thought respect, that's right. I definitely had him. He could have made a mess of it. Yeah, it was this guy that tried to freaking throw me into the wall. And I wasn't there. I backed out at the last minute. He's driven left straight into the wall trying to hit me. I've got to see this actually. These guys are putting it in. I think I could see the dust up from where I was. It's funny how that little cloud of smoke hangs around. Like I'm way back. Boom. Boom. quite good. I guess we're moving so fast, the normal dust up. If we see it ahead, we've already passed it before it seems to have hung around so freaking long. Yeah. He's going for it. Oh, he's hit him. Just when he swerved to the left. I often do that. You misjudge the front of your freaking car and you clip them as your slipstream's sucking you in. Yeah, what's this? How'd he get away with that? He must have felt bad. He got me a second time. I brake at the end of that curb on the left. He's definitely not generous with it. Like, it is gone. That's when he touched his brakes. So he's keen, but can he pull it off without hitting me? Oh, he's got his nose in there. That's just fucking sticking your nose where it doesn't belong. Jeez. My fault, but shit, he shouldn't have been there. Grubby. Grubby's the only word for that. Lucky I didn't get a penalty. Lucky if he wasn't just using me as brakes, because they are quite light. These cars have been good in Nations Cups and that. We've had one makes in the Cayman, and they're a really good car to race. They're light and they're nimble. I think we had it at this is Laguna Seca, a one make in the Cayman. Nations Cup. Wouldn't have been a road car, couldn't imagine. Now I've got to get this freaking fender fella back again. But I think it takes the entire lap just to stay with this pair. Yeah, I think I tried to give him a push along here on the straightaway, but both of them incredibly fast here. Yeah, I've given him the hurry up. Let's tackle this guy. Oh yeah, he's gone off the track to the left, the yellow car. He's had a look. He's not on a solid line, and then he's missed the apex because his other car was freaking blotting it out. I've done that too. Tough luck. This is where I've really challenged him. I threw him right up your ass, mate. That was not fucking... It was the other car, but I was just being aggressive. So I've towed him into there, damaged his car. So he's already a bit sketchy. Now he wants to shadow me for that. When I was just being aggressive because I thought he was slow. So I'm looking, but I'm only balking him. I did it again, watch. I'm looking, then I back out because I wasn't going to try. Why would you take that? You're freaking, if you didn't take the freaking first one, you got two right-handers coming up straight after it. So he thought, oh no way you're having that. Bang. Looks like a pit manoeuvre from that angle, but I was pulling out of it. I was just having a look. My nose was not where it should be, and I wasn't even going to attempt it, but I've pit manoeuvred him. So I think if he's steering, get in the car, have a look at his steering. It's to the left already, so he's covering it off, still to the left. He's covering it off, still to the left. That's where I've touched him. He's just shut the door on me, and it's bit him. It'd be different if I came up next to him and I turned to the right, but he was turned to the left the whole time. That's why it's caught him straight off. My steering was still to the left, trying to freaking brake and stay to the left. Watch. So it's to the left, straight, slightly to the right, straight. Then I touch him to the left, and my brakes are on freaking half, and then they're off when I know he's gone. So yeah, if he wasn't trying to cover it off so desperately, Why would I have taken that inside when I'm on the left hand side here? I've got a right and then another right. It would have been stupid. Well, it would have been if I was going to attempt it. That was just a complete balk. I did it 2 corners out of the carousel, 2 corners back. I was just like, I think that's why I bumped him into the carousel. I do feel a bit guilty, but it was just a balk, and he tried to cover it off like it was freaking the end of his days. He would have got me nowhere. Guilt. I do feel guilty. Did he quit or did he have another mishap? It's just that bad. Lost 4 places. Yeah, he's come off and then gone to the right, off the track twice. Oh, and he got spun there trying to get back on. Just a shocker. I guess that's what you got to do. I won't not balk, but if he wants to go, oh yeah, I mean, I would have just gone, oh yeah. You're going to go up the left hand side here and I've got the next 2 corners. What? I wouldn't have tried to cover it off like it was the end of my days. I would have seen what was ahead. Stupid. I guess it was his fault, partially. I was probably just a little touch fraction to the right, squaring up my wheel. So I've gone to the left. I'm like, okay, it was just a balk, and then I've squared it up so I'm holding the left hand side. And then I'm like, oh, he's coming across, so I've a little bit to the left, and he's hit me. So it was more his fault. But how's that other, when I got hit coming up to the foxhole, he's hit me twice. Like if you use someone as brakes and they're sideways in front of you T-boning, at least you can be freaking full on your brakes. Where is it? Right there. Coming up to the foxhole. That's the start there. He's just going to use me, or hope that I don't shut the door. But he's not on the apex. If you're going to do that, you've got to be hugging that inside line. Well, you've got no excuse. There's almost a car's width here. He should have been right here at all, and I would have had to concede. But he's tried to go a little bit wider and run into me. God, I was just waffling on about how he didn't get off the brakes. The second hit was after he just tapped the brakes. I'm T-boned in front of him, his fault. And all he does is just tap the brake, get back on it, hit me a second time and send me off the track. After the first hit, if he stayed off me for the second hit, he would have still passed me, gone down the foxhole. But because he wanted to push me when I was T-boned, I've gone off the track. Well, I was just having a big old freaking bleat about that, and my microphone was off, so stirring me up. I just wanted to get my elbows out because there was a few too many punts in the last race that wanted me to get a bit aggressive. You saw how I was looking at how I took out that grey Cayman. Sort of feeling guilty about it because it was almost like I caused it. But I was just balking him a second time. I'd balked him twice, once in the carousel and I gave him a little tap, damage front and back, fair enough. Then I balked him again, and then coming into that one he's tried to cover me off, driven to the left, straight into me, and I was sticking my nose where it didn't belong, but I wasn't going to try and take that take him on that left-hander because I had two right-handers coming up after it. I was just going to balk him again because I was on the outside. You've got to pick your battles. So he's defended it like it's his end of days, and turned left, and I thought he'd turned left and missed me and gone straight off the track, but he turned left into me, which sort of helped him get pit maneuvered by me, which I felt a bit guilty. Racing incident, I would have taken some of the blame, but he did it himself. He defended that like it was end of days, and there was no way I was going to get any advantage from trying to pass him at that left, because it's just a kink. And then we got two full solid right-handers straight after it, which he would have had the inside for. Even if he left room and I went up his inside and he didn't try and run me off the track or cover it off like it's the end of tomorrow, he would have had the right hand side for the next two. It's just like, pick your battles. Look further up the track. If somebody's doing that, you could sit there pretty, just say, what the fuck did you do that for? Even if I did get up alongside him on the outside, you could squeeze me if you wanted to, but he wouldn't have to because he'd have the inside for the next two corners. It's just fucking some people. I get it. It's like, deal with it right now. It's like a shooter game. Look at me take it defensive there. It wasn't defensive, it was like, get out of my slip, you asshole. I want to get some gap. He's so quick in the straights. I can't believe this freaking little Cayman. I might even give it a whirl. What time is it? Oh no. I was going to give today's session one big solid, get some DR, but I lost DR in the last wet race because I got punted so many times. I retaliated. I need to keep cool. So what's the time here? 15:15. I've probably got 20 minutes, 2 laps before the next race, and I think I finish in this position, don't I? Catch up to the two cars in front, but it's no avail. I don't think I'll pass them. And this guy gets sideways out of the carousel just here. Leaves me to chase these two down, but I don't think I get it. Oh yeah, I got one of them, so I got a fourth. Now the guy gets away. Potato Head got away. He's hunting down this guy. You can see him. He's sniffing. He's happy with a third, but he wants a second. No, it's too far away. I actually backed off a couple of times. This dude, look at that, just grabbed 6. Cruise on in here. fourth. I think I even grabbed fourth the exit here. Flare the throttle a few times. Didn't really want to pass him, make a mess of it. Just, why would you bother? Gonna get him on the straight. Then I didn't get a very good exit right here actually. I thought, oh no. But you do need quite a, like the slip needs to be in effect. You need to get a good run up on him. And if you can get a run up, you'll do a double overtake if you're at the back. It's just time you run up here, have a decent gap, and make the slip work. You can't just like charge in onto the here, up his ass, like I did with the Porsche. I think I was on the first lap. Parallel, I had to slip back in behind him. So it's timing for that, and then it's an easy pass. Then it's basically hold your line, probably take the right hand is the best one. And that was all she wrote for that one. But it was the race before that I quit out of, didn't get to save the replay, that I lost SR, sportsmanship, because of that idiot. Took me at the crest coming into YouTube corner. I'm like, what are you going to do here? Freaking hell. Idiot. Fourth. And there's these two. They were the two that I did before the rain. Got a third, eh? I'll watch that later. Don't know about the 8th. That first race. But at least with all my clearing out, I'm not going to... Yesterday's race I couldn't save because I didn't have enough room. One of them didn't save, and then before I left I tried to save again, it said saved. And then when I got to the studio it wasn't there. So, I don't know if it was borderline not enough. A bit quirky. About 16:30 or 15 minutes. I'll definitely get one in. Maybe the G will improve my time. Oh, I could have done a time trial and still had time to enter. Or not. But sticking to me guns, if I stay in the one car today, that's what I did last time I was in Nürburgring. I chose one car, did the whole session in that car, and then changed to different cars each session. Whereas yesterday I did freaking 3 cars in one session. It was pretty stupid. But I thought, oh, this will be fun. I don't necessarily want to make all my DR in freaking one day. Ended up losing DR in every race. Which is not very humble of me to admit, but I do tend to have a good track record here. Do a bit of a DR builder before any championship start. Actually, I might go onto the Gran Turismo website and see when there's going to be any nations or manufacturers anytime soon. Well, that was fun. Where's me cut off? 8:50. So about 9. Cutting it fine. Cut off for restarting my lap is at 9 minutes. I've got 3 or 4. We should get out of the foxhole in 3 or 4. I swear I lift too much when I go across that curb. This has got a big decel, this car. Decel acceleration. I think I brake early for that one too. If you modulate your brake pedal, give it a couple of pumps, you can brake late there. Just guide it in, especially with the rear brake rotation. Momentum. Okay, 102, that's quicker. I got 1 minute flat 0.3 each time, and it wasn't a low 3. Still, a tenth is a tenth, I'll take it.
that's optimum. Hit that curb. .9. I don't know if this is a 5th gear hold or not. .6.0. Dirty tyres there. .45.3. Don't know if that's good. It's usually a good mark to go by. It's a fair way into the circuit. Overshot it. Damn it. That slowed me down a lot. Exit in the left. Just held onto it there, that was bad. Oh shit.
Done it in fourth every time except that time. I thought, oh, if I get high third, it'll be quicker. I wanted sub 40, but fucking that's gonna have to do. Three. Yes. I'll take that. 1 minute flat. See if I can get it. Sub minute. Shit. Don't want that second gear. It's just a grab. I can get it wide enough. I think that's the key with this car, is that it's got the downforce. You can use the most road you can. You can throttle out and it won't oversteer. It's just too, I think that's why it's sluggish in the top speeds. 142. So I've done a 103, 102, 100, and then a 101. It's going to get me to just get an MR car because there are a lot of curvy little sectors in the... Oh shit. What do we got? Current time, heavy. Okay, when's the race start? It's about to race start. In the warm-up, in the staging area, we're away. First lap, second lap, finish, no rain. That's my guess. If that is anything, current time to go by. Weathermen are always wrong, so if anything, the second lap, it'll come early because it's just nowhere to be seen. And now we're going to start, it's going to be raining, and I'm going to be on slicks. If it's predictable, I can do it. But if that's completely wrong and it's misleading, that's fucked up. I would look out the freaking window if I thought it was misleading. Oh, we got a 41. It's better. Top 5 at least. Shit. That comes across, it's going to be lap 1. That's nothing like what the meteorological freaking reading showed. If we do go straight down, it's going to no rain. Probably halfway through the second lap, so I might do Enter's second lap. By the looks of that. Otherwise we're going to get clouted, beefcake, yeah, red and yellow shit. Who we got here? Scumbag today, mate. TT Revs is quick too. Short shift to try and sort out my freaking viewing angle here. That doesn't look good for you, mate. Oh, he's got it. Yep. They've got wets on. I'll have to monitor this. Because you can't drive on slicks, not in this sort of weather. I think they've got inches on back there. He's just pacing himself, maybe. So I've gone for wets. The ones that started on inters would go straight through. I'd stay, probably tempted to stay on inters, but I'm going wet. They stayed on inters. Let's see. It's at the second line. I reckon it's just going to stay full because the blue means it's going to keep raining, and if the water meter's full, that's not going to wear out. I'm not very good on wets. Should I use traction control? Damn, it's already below the second line. tense. That, yeah, you'd see the, was it the Citron, really loose. I'd like to see what his settings were on, because he was sort of holding us up a bit, but he'd caught up, I think. Yeah, I was focused then. That's better in the in the rain. I see who else is on full wets, but they seemed pretty, yeah, like pretty flexible in the situational requirements. I think the Citron might have been either inters or just greasy. I don't know. But everyone else looked pretty solid and well behaved. It was actually a good race. Intense. Mustang's chilling, eh? Yeah. I thought I made a big error, but I think everyone else did in that first lap. Yeah, it was the first stint, I should say. But I went from second to fourth, so no bananas. Oh, not lost the SR. How the fuck did I do that? Okay, it might have been the Citron. Elf was in the top. He didn't expect it. But it was pretty clean there. Scotty did well and also did not as good. Saw him come through, and then I got off in the Skittles twice. That was heady finish to the first stint, shit. Upper green tea, oh yeah, he did quite well. He was right behind me right until the end actually. Might have just come off near the carousel onwards. And he didn't do very well, Scotty. 10th. Wonder where he started. He might have started last. Scumbag, good on you getting SR. I don't know how I lost SR in that one. I have to check it out. That was race C at, was it 14, 16? It'd be under the 1620 or 1650. 1620. Alright, well, that lifted me spirits. It's not such a bad spec after all, which is not a bad spec, but my first race with a 41 start, I don't think that the four-wheel drives have got it as well as the MR, or if not the high-powered. The Mustang can't be high-powered, surely. What's the Mustang got under the kilt? This is 394 at 13. That would be a doable change. 394 at 1365. Mustang must be almost undriven. 1395 at 14. $13.95 at 14. This is 1414 at 14. 1365 was on the. It's 1450. That's even. It's got a little bit more power, eh? So these BOPs are. I thought I had to select it to get the BOP. Yeah. Anyway, I'll stay in the G today, and hopefully the weather is the variable. And stay in the same car each session. This will be up to, that was race 5. I think 3 I cut out, 4 I did, and this was 5, so now we're on to 6. 6 today. 2 lappers, I suppose. It's not much. 2 times 6, 12 laps here. Done that in freaking one session without even changing cars, without even having a break. That would be a pretty long session, I suppose. Have a break after this one. 4 and then 2 and then see how we go. getting better than that. What do we get? 1. So they're always 1 minutes, but they're either a 1, 2, or a 3. That was a 1, so I'm on OP meta performance. Keep doing that. As soon as I grab second, it's a full-on left, like right angle, instead of... I don't even want to just grab the gear, get out of it straight away. But I grab it and then I'm fucking over the apex, tumbling into... That's a soft little curve there, on the right, and then the right again. All of those rights are pretty soft. That one's not great to exit. Some of these curbs are shocking. And they're ones that I don't normally hit, except Group 4 is a little bit different to road cars. The second one's not great. I'll miss that. It's definitely quicker to grab fourth there. Okay, 3:15 and low. Some other times are 3:16, 3:17 today. That's the best for today. And I've got 3 seconds to go, so that's good. It's improving, the G. After this race, I should try and set that 141 a bit better, maybe. That was a 15 low, so I was probably almost half a second, if not a full second up. 37, 36, 41, so I'm more likely to race Potato Head than those three. But it was Occo. Oh shit, I better check the freaking bomb. Who else we got? Timothy, Payload, Toy, Nismo, Okapa Chokapa, Luca, 36. Shit, that's top time. Nudging, and nudging. Yeah, still like completely delusional. That I thought maybe the second half of the second stint, and it was the fucking second half of the first stint. So I'm just going to put all my forecasting half a lap forward from now on. It does the scoop. Gets the jump. It jumps our gun. Haven't got time for that. I'm on the freaking weather pages of the newspaper. Oh, somebody's dropped out. I was fourth, and I wasn't going to be able to keep up with the top three, and now I'm third. Maybe it just hadn't shuffled yet. No, there was 30, 36, 37, 38, and then a 41. And I thought I'll be closer to a 42. Potato Head behind me. Now I'm third. Guess there wasn't a dropout in the chat. Okapa Chopper and Luca, so the middle one dropped out. Interesting. If you're in the top three and you drop out of the race. Maybe he's usually at middle or the back of a top or of a better split. He wasn't happy with that. I mean, that's... Sure, it's not great for your algorithms. You do an overall slower lap. I do a quicker lap when I'm with faster people, even if I come second last. But a win's a win. Shit. Put that in the bank. Throw it away. Oh, that's ominous. Straight off the bat. I'm gonna have him. Easy, easy. Have I got it? Because he said sorry, he probably thought, oh, I'll let you have it this time. Oh, I didn't hold the fucking inside very well. I'm starting to use that dashboard a bit. I forget it's there. Oh, I've slopped that up. Oh, gifted. How's that? First place has dropped the race. He'll probably exit that. If there was a strategy, he could come back. 36s, I can't keep up with that. But now I know that the exit to the chicane was generous then. I thought I was fucked. Penalty for sure. No lifting. It's going up the outside here. Good luck. He's going for a charge. I think we lost him at the kink. I had parked it in the middle, then I thought he's going for it, I'll hug the left. But then he was already gone. I think he sort of got a bit of a squirrel. Should I go around the outside or not? And then fucked it up. Potato Head is no slouch. He did hold in front of me quite well and then took the... Better concentrate. That's as stock standard safe as a sparrow's ass as I'm ever going to do that. Potential to get me on the straights here. That's alright if he does. probably follow him through. Ah, I've grabbed it. It's not optimal. Confidence prevailed. Centre of the track works for here. He can grab the outside, he'll stick his nose in. He's backed out of it. There's no one for donkeys behind us. Got me. See what happens. He hasn't got me. Bit of a better run, shit, without the slip. I'm coming over there. Nothing from nothing, potato head. 7/10. And then to 2-3 straight up there. The third's pretty close, yeah. Well, that was interesting. 91. Every time I come in there's 92, so I've been squealing. The gears. Damn. That's a penalty. I won't escape his dotting a wrath. Oh, safety. Safety on the outside. I guess that's an indicator for the dude that dropped out. 1, 2 and 3 were on separate numbers, 46, 47, 48, whereas the top 10 and the top splits are all on the same number. You know what I mean? He's just gone, whoa, that's a big gap, and fucking ejected. He's not even in one of his numbers. Freaking by person behind him. It's pretty tight up there. Shit, had to freaking lift. That was a bit defensive because he was fully approaching. Third's just there. He'll get us on. If he hangs in, he'll get us on the Dottinger. Otherwise, it's a two-person race, and I'm in the worst spot. Big curbs in there, don't hit them. Gonna run there. I think he sees that third place. It's a concern to him as well. Because he'll definitely, if he follows us onto the straightaway, he'll get me as well. So he'd be worried about second. Oh, I'm not first. Luca is first. Gotta be on point here.
this gap.
Fucking offed it. Oh, he didn't let me fucking fix up. Fuck, he could have. That was hang time. What a disaster. Bet you charged me, freaking potato monster. He's better off a freaking corn chip. Oh, I'm trashed. Front, rear, sides. This is only one side, but it is this side. What a disaster. Fuck. He could have still passed me without hitting me. Fuck. Maybe it was the car behind. If he did slow up enough. Probably should have let the car behind pass and just follow him onto the straight. Definitely had me toasted if I couldn't gap him. If he backed off enough to let the car behind up his ass, he would have been dusted on the straightaway. So really all he had to do was let the car pass him. Let me freaking right myself, let the car behind and fix him, get past. No, he's got to floor it while I'm sideways across the track in front of him. My fault. They come too far back. Get in. Yeah, now he's playing cat and mouse. Oh, he's weaving. That's the worst thing I see in this game. You move twice, good. You're gonna get done. You're done. And look, if you weave, he'll get away with it. It's a bit grubby. It's not against the rules. It's from the rules in this. It's against the freaking racing rules. Hope they come a gutser. There's 3 cars battling behind me. That's alright. Mr. Potato Head. I blame you. The other one was Hopper Chopper. Oh, didn't he? He didn't pit. He just did a race before this one. Huh. I got my position back. And I did take Hopper Chopper. Oka Chapper. Oh Chapper green tea. Hopper Chopper. What a twit. He did the race before. A few Caymans, eh? So where did I start? 4th. Oh no, 3rd to 3rd. Because the exit was a premature abandonment. Normally you wait for the baby to be born before you... Yeah, he's rammed into me. Unless he had it out with that guy at the end. Unless he's got another name. Regional Potato. Oh, I should try and improve the 41. It's a bit of a long in the... Should I have a replay before? Or while I'm a bit freaking feisty? If I'm improve the 41, I'll be surprised, but with a bit more practiced, I'm still in the same car. Yes, 59. Even though it's a 9. That's a win. I think there's track evolution, but really it's player evolution. My uploads are getting better. That wasn't any better than they have been. Shit, that was shocking. Just too late. Should I redo? See where I get up here. If it's sub 15, 3:15. What was this one again? I can't remember. 10. That's about the same. 10.9. No improvements there. Even though I was up a tenth. Oh, that's the same as well. This will be a 3:15 if I do this. I'll just stay in. Yeah, it was a 15.2 before, it's 15.1. So after 3 minutes I'm 1/10 ahead. That is not good. Overdrove it. Last of the late breakers. Oh! Don't want to be on the left at either of those jumps. I was on the left on the first one and I couldn't hook the fourth gear full throttle for too long. Stay in, fucking hell. Jeez. Tried to push it. Bugger. The final corner. Let's just come into it a bit quicker. Just going to try and do it with just a lift. Very right spot. Came out on the peace pipe. I can go till 6. That was almost, even with the big off. That's more than a second off there, so I'm improving. That's slow by freaking 3/10. Only done 3 corners. Damn. That was a good one. Dropped it. Two tenths down at least. How did that happen? Player evolution in effect. I guess the guys doing hot laps, I'd only done like 1, really. Just 1 at the end of yesterday's session and then 1 today. If you do them over and over, I think it quantifies. Probably could get close to Jester's 36 or whatever it is. But I've just lost 3/10 gravelling on. You got to keep the intensity up. Every sort of corner has got to be a little bit of a better. Oh, what do I do that for? little bit of an increase, whereas I've just gone down then. I grabbed 6th. I've been doing it in 5th every time. Get more purples. Still sitting around the 3. 6 look better. Tried to do it without lifting. Ended up having a freaking toe tap out of it. I still think my first lap was quicker. Long shot. Yeah, I'm down 5 tenths, 3 tenths up, 2 tenths down. That's 5. I was second. Well, that was a better corner. 1 second better. Nearly 39. Should have changed. Damn it. was definitely quicker in the lap before. Anyway, I've got to call it, put on a replay. Cooking responsibility.
Oh, fuck. Right, 1 minute 50. 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 1 minute 50.